up? The Algora didn't work. Yeah, I'm not able to get Algora working. It is weird. All right, system audio not working. Let me do that for YouTube real quick. That's a bit loud. And that should be good. S something? You're talking about the editor for the Pirate Software's shorts? Cool. Right. YouTube should be live now. Let's get Twitter. And yeah, I'm going to have to reach out to the Algora dude. Because, yeah, I've tried a couple times to get streaming to his platform to work. It's just not working for me. So I'm not sure what the deal is. Shay? Okay. Hey, we got there. Thank you, Scotty Codes, Mr. Sir. Hey, we got there. Oh. Thank you, Scotty Code. All right, we heard it twice. X.com, River Makes. Oh, River Makes is the one that also did his icons? So that's also his shorts editor? Hey, we got there, we got there. So wait, that's the person that makes the emotes for Pirate Software, right? Do they also do their short editing? Okay. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll send him a message. Let me at least grab a popped out chat for the tweeter. Alrighty, so on to our actual work for the day. Let me make sure I got this. Oh yeah, no worries, Twofuls. No worries. Yeah, have a good night. We'll see you again soon. Oh, Steets. Steets is a different person then. Okay. No, that's fine. No, the person you listed is okay. That's their full-on video editor. Got it. Ah, okay. So, yeah, we might not be able to hire them as an editor or anything. Right? They are not public in any way. Okay. The other ferret keeper. Yep. They're also the one that made that icon that I commented about, where it's like the butt of the ferret, like spinning. Right? Because you can click the icon and it shows like who made the icon. Okay, so the part we left off, we have a failing test. And that's not ideal. Oh, wrong thing. And we definitely see a manifest JSON file there. That would be it. We wanted start, not serve. Yeah, for the tabs, I think I want to do that on like a special occasion, right? So maybe on the streamiversary, right? June 6th, I think would work. So it's a little like farther away, but we're at least like obligated into it now. I'll have to look at what day of the week that is, though. Let's look at a calendar real quick. Yeah, it doesn't quite line up perfectly for us. And I might need to actually double check when my actual first stream date was. I don't remember that exactly every time. It's definitely not the 2nd. So yeah, I might try and do it like Friday, Saturday, the 7th and 8th. Yeah, I think that works. And hey, we get our tests working, and they do exactly what we were expecting. So, that is our hasher there. We've got this completely done and working for the JavaScript. Now we need to go check some other stuff. And actually, hold on. I'm going to pop this open, that way I still have it. And yeah, thank you everyone that contributed. I really appreciate you. 1 million channel points seems like a lot. So I'm glad we were able to do it. I was actually skeptical. We did get it right down to the wire, didn't we? Oh, and let's do an update to VS Code. Yeah, I went to Costco yesterday, and they actually had Henry McKenna. So I think we're going to be doing some Henry McKenna.
Thanks for the support.
On the Streamiversary. Ooh.
The digital trickster Sconicodes, a brilliant yet morally twisted hacker, gained their ominous powers after experimenting with forbidden coding scripts. Their body fused with the digital world, allowing them to manipulate any network and bring systems to their knee. Sconicode's greatest skill is their ability to project themselves as data streams, moving undetected through cyberspace, and even materializing in the real world to wreak havoc. Origin story. Raised in a small town, Sconi displayed an extraordinary talent for coding and technology from a young age. Their life changed forever when they stumbled upon an ancient piece of rogue code in an abandoned network. Curiosity led them to integrate this code with their own brain-computer interface, binding their consciousness to the digital realm. Consumed by power and detached from humanity, Sconicodes vowed to control the world's information. Their arch-nemesis is Lieutenant Firewall, a cybersecurity expert equipped with advanced tools and an incorruptible will, dedicated to stopping Sconicodes from plunging the world into digital chaos.
All right, so hold on. I'm going to quickly schedule a tweet. All right, so they actually did it. Chat is making me go through the archive of tabs in Chrome on stream. All right, so we're going to schedule this tweet. I'll do it for tomorrow morning. Why not? Today's date is the 20th already? Oh, shit. Wow. Yeah, time really does fly. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I need to make a tweet about render ATL here soon, so I can actually get my ticket. Do I know anyone that lives in the Atlanta area? Anyone here on stream? Right? Or within a reasonable driving distance to Atlanta. Because I do get 2 VIP passes if I finish doing the social stuff. And I only need 1 for myself. So yeah, just figured I'd throw that out there. If there's no one in the area, I get it. Oh, no worries there, Dusty. Yeah, we're getting to it. The next step, after we get some of these out of the way, is, yeah, now we need to do the C#. Reason we did the JavaScript first was because it's a quicker and easier way for us to iterate on the function. But this is where we have started doing the Vexilla hasher stuff. We need to update our hashing test, and this becomes 32 instead of 22. That part is fine. Yeah, 32. I guess it's a feature. All right, so then I forgot that was a thing. If you type LSD, that's what you get in my terminal. It was a typo, but it's a fun typo. Anyone else have that one set up? Ooh, that dash M is no good. What is this? Definitely setting it up tomorrow. There you go. Just double check this. Yeah, that all looks just fine to me. This is fix test server update working hash seed to 0.32. So yeah, that's a bug. We don't want that. Rindres, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. And yeah, Scotty, thank you for that sub. I appreciate you. That's 9 months. What's the name of our sub baby? And hey, what's up, Rondolph Richards, Mr. Sir? Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, we did just a little bit ago. Pretty pumped on it. Yeah, no worries. All right. Who here that does C# can help me figure out what I'm doing wrong here for this line ending? Thanks, Rindres. I kind of figured auto formatting would solve it. No, you're good. Oh, research dev, that's actually pretty standard. Yeah, 195 degrees Fahrenheit's fine. You only get issues once you start getting up towards, like, boiling. See, like, 195 degrees is totally, like, within the expected range. Yeah, no worries, standard air. Have a good night. See you again soon. Well, okay, what if I do this? Ah, I'm in the wrong place, though. Alright, that'll fix it. Good enough. So long day at work, all because it was red text your heart dropped like, oh no, not this too. Oh, right. When your blades died today, but you're replacing the wreck at the end of the month anyways. Gotcha. And yeah, no worries there, research dev. Yeah, I want to double check that, right? Right, at the highest loads, your CPU temp can go 80 to 85? Oh, actually, 195 might be a bit high. Nah, you're totally right. Interesting. Yeah, that's not good. I guess I didn't remember what the boiling temperature of water was. 212. Okay. I've definitely had some CPUs go up that high, but you don't want it sustained. So real quick, research dev. Is it a laptop or a desktop? If it's a desktop, I'd say maybe just redoing your CPU paste would be worthwhile. Even for a laptop, but it's more effort. If it's a Mac, well then, yeah, I'd say AppleCare. It's a desktop? Yeah, so I'd say, you know, yeah, get yourself some, Ooh, anyone got like a favorite CPU paste brand? The one I'm trying to remember, I think it's like... Is it Crichton? Cryonaut. That's the name. Yeah, so I use Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut. It's the one that I've typically used. Okay, so you're also a Cryonaut fan? Yep. Yeah, for like 10 bucks, it's such a cheap thing. And you probably don't need like the big syringe of it. Yeah, there was a thing. Hold on. CPU paste ranking. Tom's Hardware. Yes. They operate a like 90 paste tested and ranked and blah blah blah. Prolima Tech? Sure. Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. They might be great. I'm not sure. But yeah, Tom's Hardware has been really good about like testing these things in the past. Oh, and it looks like Prolima Tech is the best premium one. So there you go. Yeah, Cryonaut's just number 2. Looks like the Prolima Tech is even cheaper. Yeah, there's a lot of them. All right, so we did the C sharp. Next to the list is the elixir. And hey, it's 4:30. Yes, I just dumped my stale whiskey from 2 days ago in the trash. I think that's fine, right? I don't typically like doing liquids into my office trash, but whatever. Oh, but I need to go use the restroom, and I need to go grab the whiskey. So I'll be right back. Give me just a second. Alrighty, and I am back. So yeah, how's everyone doing today? And man, it is chilly in this room, which I'm really a huge fan of. It's a hot one out there today, but by getting the AC going real early, it's just right. So yeah, Eternity42, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Any fun plans for the week or anything like that? You started your first job as a back-end dev. Any recommendations? I mean, what technology are you going to be working with? It's usually less relevant, but still, just in case. Yeah, what stack? Oh, there's the Woodford. Oh, that tastes so much better than the other stuff we were sipping on. Oh, yeah. Azure Active Directory and SAML auth with internal apps. Oof. Yeah, that's the rough part. Yeah, SAML is brutal. Is there any possibility you could do a third-party provider like Propel? I'm not sure if their pricing fits or anything like that, but, you know, 1,000 monthly active users is probably reasonable for an internal application. Oh, but you don't get SAML, right? So then this is where you'd pay for a little bit more. So yeah, it's probably worth just doing it yourself, but yeah. I've heard enough horror stories about how, like, having to implement SAML that I would much rather pay someone to do it at this point. Yeah, so the main idea is that you'd be able to do the SAML and, like, the Active Directory stuff through this still. But also, it just depends on how many users and all that. And, you know, once you get it, you're pretty much done. So the DB is Postgres and Mongo? Okay, I could see that for, like, document store and things like that. And then it's Express.js and GraphQL stuff. Okay. And hey, what's up, Scoos? How you doing? Yeah, I'd say be really familiar with joins. Those are very important for the Postgres part. For Mongo, be familiar with aggregation or aggregates or whatever. And then the rest of it should be pretty straightforward. And, you know, like, you can learn more as you go. But, like, yeah, is it Charlize? Charlize, I would recommend, you know, spinning up a side project with those technologies and, you know, fiddling with it that way. That way you have something that you can, like, toy with and learn on without necessarily having to, like, mess with, you know, business data. So yeah, if you have time, I would say try and create a setup that uses those technologies, right? Just for a side project or whatever. And yes, that's actually a better question. If it's your first job as a dev, don't be afraid to ask questions, right? There's a fine line, though, where, you know, try and answer the question yourself first, right? Because then you can go back with that context when you ask for the help. But don't spend too much time on it. You're not expected to be an expert if it's your first job. But at least put in some effort. That way, you know, people aren't asking, like, why did we even hire this person? Do a quick Google search, try things out. You know, if the task is estimated at 4 hours and you've spent an hour and you haven't made any progress, that would be a good moment to actually reach out. right? So there's like two edges to the spectrum of it, right? There's the people that ask for everything without even trying something, and that gets really annoying. And then there's the people that waste way too much time not asking about it. So you want to sit like right in the middle of that. Exactly, research dev, right? Like, because that'll be the first thing I ask if someone's asking for help. Like, well, what have you tried so far? Before I even hop on a call to like work through it with you, can you send me a message just saying like what you've tried? That would be worthwhile. Or if we do hop on a call about it, I at least want to see what you've tried already. Things like that. Ooh, did I do those backwards? I might have done those backwards. I did. It was the 11 we wanted to change. Hey, what's up, Graham? Mr. Sir, how you doing? How's the new job? And, do you know, I don't remember his last name. Hold on. It's Andrew something. Andrew from DevCycle. Are you familiar with him? He's a DevRel. He helped organize like the feature flag superstream thing, which was really fun. But I mentioned like when he popped in and we were working on a blog post. And in fact, hold on, let me do this blog post thing for you, because I think you might be interested in it. Full-time learning, yeah. Yeah, it's rough. But yeah, one second. Apps. Docs. Well, he knew you, right? I guess he was at a conference at one point, and he was recording something, and theoretically, you stopped by and were like, oh, hey, are you DevRel? I don't know his last name. Hold on, I'll have to find it on Twitter. Right, I'm really bad with names. It's... Andrew James. I'd recognize his image. Damn it. Hold on. Norris? That's Toronto. No. McLean. Andrew McLean. That's it. I'm terrible with names. But yeah, you'd probably recognize his face better, right? He used to be with a, right? Yeah, there you go, exactly. Yeah, McLean. Yeah, exactly. There you go, research tab. But yeah, really cool dude. Just, yeah, stoked he involved me in the feature flag super stream thing. I was way out of my element with, like the CEO of Growth Book was there. Like, dude, like 16 or 17 people way more qualified than me. But they still let me be there. He was the first person you bumped into at Civo Navigate. There you go. Yeah, he even mentioned that story where, like, you just, like, saw him filming something and you're like, oh, hey, are you Devrel? So yeah, that's cool. I just like the small world aspect of it. But real quick, before you go, I want to show you this blog post because I uncovered something really interesting about your hashing algorithm. Yeah, exactly, Ram. Yeah, for sure. I feel like you're kind of tall. I don't know for sure. But I do feel like that's a thing that tall people kind of like, you know, they end up having this confidence of like being able to like just chat with random people more so than others. You're 5'10"? Okay. Not terribly tall. Taller than me. I'm 5'5" and a half, and that half is important. I thought I was 5'6" for a long time. 5'6" and a half or whatever. But yeah, I recently remeasured myself and it's 5'5" and a half. Yeah. No, I'm snowboarder sized. Oh, and I'm on the wrong branch. Hold on. Not sure what I messed up here, but we'll figure it out. All right, so let's try this again. It's not published just yet because I want to switch over all my hashing algorithms. So that's what we're working on today. But I'm just going to like refresh it and we should be able to see it here in a second. It'll be published here, you know, by the end of today or tomorrow, something like that. So yeah, what's in a hash? Gradual release hashing. All right, so I point out, right, one of our friends, Graham the Dev. Right, FNV1A, and then we start graphing these things. And we can see performance-wise, yeah, yours is way up there. The most performant one we got. Ours is right up there next to yours, performance-wise, compared to some of these others, right? But then, when we start looking at distribution, we can see over 100 iterations, yours has a, better spread than mine. 100 iterations isn't that important. Once we get to 1,000, yours is good. This is with a string ID, though. And then the crazy part is, once we get to numeric IDs, the spread is actually way worse for some reason. So when we're doing like a 0 through 1,000 and hashing those and trying to distribute them evenly across a 100% spectrum, this is where it breaks down. And I'm guessing that the place you got it was Minecraft, I think, right? Minecraft is doing it on string IDs, so it's not a problem for them. But for numeric IDs, it's actually not as good as we were expecting. And mine also fails too. So does DJB2. But then once we get to FNV1A, it ends up being pretty good. So that's why we're refactoring all of them to FNV1A, because my custom algorithm does not spread like we're expecting. There isn't a major bias. Oh, for some reason I thought it was the Minecraft one. Like, I thought I remembered you saying that, but I could be way off. There you go. Touche. Right? Sleep is like the brain's Etch-a-Sketch shaking, right? Who knows what's going to actually be there when you wake up in the morning. Yeah, I find it very strange. It's so narrow on the numbers. Now, keep in mind, that's for 100 iterations. Here's 1,000. So it at least, like, goes a little farther. But it's still not ideal. Implementation. So yeah, we got some typos to fix. But yeah, again, like 1,000 iterations isn't actually a very big sample size either. So that could be part of it. But yeah, I thought you'd find that interesting because you did supply us with a really compelling algorithm performance-wise. Maybe, Graham. Like, realistically, though, all these others perform pretty well. Right? And your magic numbers are sufficiently large that it shouldn't be that big of a deal. So I find that strange. And, I don't know the exact reasoning, but at the end of the day, we just need it to work, Here we see Growthbook's 64-bit version and then their 32-bit version. That's just changing like a prime and like a basis number. Here's ours that is more faithful to the original FNV1A algorithm, right? Theirs is also FNV1A, but there's some like stuff they're doing slightly differently, which I found interesting. But yeah, it was a fun experiment just to like see the results and understand what's going on under the hood. Exactly. No, it's fine, Graham, right? For the data set you were hashing, it worked out great. Yeah. But I did think you'd at least find it interesting. That's all. Yeah, they also have other ones too, right? Cloudflare, random blog. Harnessing Chaos. I think this is the one. It's the Harnessing Chaos article. So they go into not just the lava lamps, right? Sure. They also go into these pendulums that they have in London. And then finally, there's another. Oh, and yeah, changing light conditions. Also important. Austin, here in Texas, they do this thing. Where they got like these like randomly like spinning and rotating things, like HVAC changes would change it, and ambient light changes it. And, you know, I just think it's interesting that they do completely different random number generation. Because, yeah, you don't want the same thing at all the offices. You want to introduce entropy and make sure that they're all individually, separately randomized. So yeah, it's really cool. Ooh, Graham, yeah, I probably need to like move the hash distribution testing into the monorepo. That way I can link it easier. But if you want to see the algorithm real quick, we've got that just right over here. Oh, and yeah, hold on. I see your comment about HVAC. I just wanted to make sure I showed this to Graham real quick. Oh, and yeah, Graham, right? Like someone standing in front of the cameras in very specific ways. Yeah. I wonder if they've had someone try and hack that before, like a red team at their offices, you know? Just to see if they could do something. Nirkund, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? But yeah, so basically yours is the same as the one that I created too, just different magic numbers with how we hash things. I just use 42 and it ends up being fine. Yours has what I would assume would be better numbers, but somehow it breaks, right? So that's what I find interesting, because both of our algorithms end up being basically the same. Oh, and I have yours in the article. Never mind. That's right. I forgot that I reproduced it. So yeah, this will be published here in like the next day or so. And I'm pretty sure I've actually found the Minecraft reference to it before. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. It's in PR right now, too, if you want to look at the PR. But, yeah, no stress. I'll get it published up here in a little bit. You know, today or tomorrow. I doubt we're going to finish all the other languages today, so probably tomorrow. Yeah, so I might need to rephrase what I'm saying because I don't know if I can find it anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so I'll update the article to not mention the hashing algorithm in Minecraft. But at least if we look at this, we can see that those numbers have existed for a long time. So yeah, Indie Gamer maybe might have had it. But yeah, those numbers are referenced in super old books, which I find interesting. All right, so back to what we're doing though. Oh, I need to remove that log value too, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah, about where the numbers came from. Exactly. Yeah, I at least wanted to link out to those because I find, like, you know, magic numbers like that kind of fascinating. Right? Like, you know, coming up with a number like that reminds me of how I used to, like, when I was too lazy to actually solve a math problem, I'd just start plugging in values that start getting close to what I expect the answer to be. I think we all did that at least at one point in our lives. Right? Instead of going through the steps of doing the formula, you're like, well, I know it has to equal this value. Let me just plug in some numbers and see if it gets close. All right. That was almost that. But you never want to tell the teacher that's how you got there. How'd you arrive at your result? Brute force? You know, like, oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not ideal. Right? Bogo sort. Miracle sort. There you go. Same thing. I tried every permutation starting from 0 until it matched. Am I proud of it? No. Did it work? Yep. Yeah, exactly, Sandlordia. I asked a magic 8-ball for every number. "12 years now, no miracle." All right, so what we need to do next is we need to grab the actual algorithm. And I forget the syntax for defining props, because def is for functions. I think we just do something like this. All right, so total is then equal to FNB offset 32. FNB 32 offset basis. Yeah, no worries, Sandlordium. Have a good night, man. And yeah, get some bed, get some sleep. We'll see you again soon, Graham. Hopefully one of these days, either you or I will travel across the pond and we'll get to meet. That'd be awesome. I just need to get my passport. I don't have one of those yet, and I'm slacking. You need to get a new birth certificate first, because I'm pretty sure I lost it. All right, so this part we end up keeping. Apply for a Russian visa? Oh, interesting, research dev. Are you in Russia right now? Ooh, and Charlize, I would say do exclamation point song instead. That'll give you the currently playing song instead. I'm not playing from Bandcamp right now. All right, so we got character total. Oh, families in Russia. That makes more sense. I don't remember how to do a for loop. Ooh, and I don't want to do sum. Yeah, all right, so the elixir stuff I have totally forgotten. Elixir get length of list. It's just the length function. We don't use the length value. I think in Elixir, I think we're good. Yeah, we do a 4 character in characters. And then finally, total is equal to total times that. Oh, and yeah, hold on. So that's not how we do a modulo. Not module, modulo. It's REM, that's it. And yeah, they do implicit returns. Right. Okay. And then how do we do an absolute value in Elixir? Kernel? It's just ABS. Okay, so then this part. Nope, so it's not def p. Oh. Alright, so POW is not it. Oh, and right, so total here doesn't actually escape out and reassign this. Right, so in the elixir code, we want to do something slightly differently. I think we can do that, because I'm pretty sure we can treat this as an expression. Is there an elixir playground we can do this in? Because I don't think I have a good environment for it. We can do it in Code Sandbox. Ooh, never mind. I guess they don't have Elixir in Code Sandbox, but we can do it in Replit. There we go. Oh, and yes, someone gave us a version of FNV1A64 without BigInt. Yeah. I don't think we need that as much right now, though it was interesting how they do it. Bad argument. So they tell us what line it's on. 32 still. So total times seed here is actually a problem. It's good. How about you, Standard Pointer? What? Let's try this again. If we go all the way to the top, we just see bad argument, arithmetic error. Oh, it's a bitwise XOR. Oh. Open source knowledge base platform? I don't. Ah, I see. So I probably want this to be a reduce. Yeah, I don't know. Anyone else out there know of a good, like, self-hosted knowledge base? Oop. So yeah, it's enum.reduce, right? Oh yeah, we hit 100%. Exactly, Let It Snowman. So yeah, I'll probably end up doing it like June 8th and 9th. I expect it to take more than one day. I mean, whoever said I was going to close them, I'm just going to go through them. Oh, you sweet summer child. I'm just having fun, by the way. Yeah. Who said anything about closing them? No. And I'm missing a value in there. Why it must stay open? Because, obviously. For a knowledge base, a WordPress plugin? That's one way to do it. Is there no other, is there no other tool for that? I find that strange. All right, so they don't like that seeded result value. And hold on, we can do this. All right, so number one, those numbers look way too big. Bookstack, but PHP? I mean, what it's built in is less important. I'm actually curious too. Bookstack, right? My knowledge base, DocuWiki, Plone. Right, so basically, most CMSs should get you there. But then, like, other stuff based around it. Right? And a wiki in general is basically like a knowledge base, right? Yeah, Obsidian could be a good one. And then, yeah, there's Bookstack. Yeah, so instead, consider a knowledge base as just a wiki. Feels unfinished. Maybe DocuWiki instead of Wiki.js. With a lot of these, they're probably going to be built in like older languages, though. Okay, so yeah, exporting from Obsidian to an actual like HTML/website format might be your move, because then Obsidian is still like right there within like Git and things like that. Do you need like a really like, I mean, I guess Obsidian is still pretty good for like the authoring process too, right? But then you'd have to deal with like the merge conflict resolution part of it as people update things, which might be worthwhile. Yeah, full dev. I'd say check out Obsidian, right? Or at least like have that as part of your deliverables of the tools that you found. I would say DocuWiki would probably be something you want to check out, though. It is also PHP, though. But yeah, I think like knowledge base, wiki, those are interchangeable at this point. So yeah, I hadn't really thought about that. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle. Oh, no, I've heard of question to answer. No, that one looks really good. Is there a reason why you didn't like question to answer? I guess more because it's like one-off questions, so it's harder to like group them. Right, so you end up maybe needing something else that does like the grouping. Navigation's a bit awkward. Okay. Yeah, I've actually seen question to answer somewhat recently. I forget. Yeah, it was like for a self-hosted Stack Overflow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it seems cool. Ah, so rem only works with integers. Ah. All right, so that's where I probably want to do the truncate, right? Yeah, it'll work. As long as the tests pass. I like the idea of being explicit about the kernel dot stuff. All right, so then here, nope. Oh, damn, are we gonna be getting some cloudy weather today? Dude, I'm feeling the precursor starting right back here. That is not good. Oh, that's really not good. I don't like these precursor headaches. I especially don't like cluster headaches. Ugh. It's like out of nowhere, too. I didn't feel anything this morning. I slept really good last night, too. I didn't fall into bed. Like, yeah, dude, this is no good. Oof. It'll pass. We'll be fine. But yeah, so we get that pushed up. Let's at least go look at GitHub. Now I expect these to be failing. Ah, but we haven't made a PR for it yet. So we should do that. All right, so we at least want to make sure that the ones that we've updated are still working. So elixir should be fine. The JavaScript's going to be inside the Bazel. C# is also inside the Bazel. The next one we want to do after that, assuming that we did the elixir right, is Golang. Golang does have the idea of constants, right? I might have to Google that part real quick. Go formatter should not be taking that long. Just out of nowhere with the I thing. But okay, so time to stand up. Yeah, we'll see. We get our characters. That part is this part, and we're good there. Total here starts out as FNV offset basis. For each character, total is then not plus or equal to, and that is this bit. Aha, and mismatched types, char and byte. And then from there, the last part we care about is this. So total times seed. Wait, there's a built-in Golang FNV1A? Wait, really? And that's not a thing I need to bring in? It's just there? It is part of the standard library. Oh. It returns a hash 32, though. So I guess here's the part that I would want to know. Like, how do I end up getting the int value? Out of the hash. Yeah. So we would create that, then we would do hash.write, and that would be the value that we want to hash. And we would do the sum64 of it. And that gives us an unsigned integer that we would then want to modulo and divide. Okay. I mean, so other languages we have to write our own, right? All right. Yeah, that works for me. The big thing is now we need to make sure that it returns the right values, but I'd say we're probably pretty good. Someone just showed me what it looks like to apply for a visa to the US, and it looks like a fucking nightmare. Have you ever murdered anybody? Like, if I had, do you think I'd say yes on this form? Like, you know, like, I don't know. Right, so we'll get that pushed up. Let's at least look at what we saw here. So the elixir failed. Wait, really? Ah, this is where we expect a specific value. And I messed up the elixir? I did. Stowaway? That was acceptable back then? Nice. Wait, what? Okay. So that doesn't seem right to me either. The working seed should be 0.15. Finder, thank you for the follow. Zero dot 32 is the working one. All right, so we got something majorly wrong with how we're doing this part. Wait a minute. And the other one ended up working? All right, so that one should at least, we can just refactor that one to 71. Oh, from 71 to 92. And what up, Lewin? How you doing? Okay, so we have an inconsistency. The way we implemented things in the JavaScript is not working. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Lewin. Did you get to go see the Primogen when he visited Brazil? I think that was like last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago. Brazil mentioned. Trap Exit. How you doing? What were you up to? Thank you for the raid. A retro console homebrew. Ooh, okay. And, like, what are you writing it in? C++. Nice. Hell yeah. And wait, what console? Did we raid you the other day? I'm trying to remember. I feel like you raided us? Oh, you were doing the 3DO thing. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, super cool. Yeah, you did raid us. Yep. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, cool stuff. Thank you for the raid again. Had some bugs in your compression algorithm. That happens. We're fighting bugs in our hashing algorithm right now. If debugging is the act of removing bugs, coding is the act of putting them in. I think we all do, Gavin. That's the fundamental nature of it. Senior bug developer, born to write bugs. Also known as Born to be Wild. Born to be compiled. There we go. How you doing, Brett? Messing with the Twitch API for the first time? Nice. All right, so we're gonna leave that there for now. But yeah, our hashing algorithm is not what I'm expecting. Okay, so working seed. We actually expect that one to be 15, so something is wrong with my hashing algorithm in the elixir. Which is a major bummer, man. All right, so something I'm doing wrong here. I don't know what it is yet. But yeah, like, this is totally wrong. Let's go look at the Go code and see what the issue might be there. Burp. So test hashing here is also no good. And yeah, I know, I'm being lazy about it. I'm okay with that. And that's not the right thing either. Ooh, now hold on. If we look at the elixir, we see 64 for one of them. Nope. So we're not getting any of the same values we're expecting from any of our hashing algorithms, which is kind of a problem. So all of our tests pass in the JavaScript, and we're still doing the math.trunc. Modulo by 100, divide by 100. So yeah, 15, 6, and 53. 15, 6, and 53. Yeah, so the numbers we're seeing here are kind of what we expect, but once we get over to here, they are not what we expect. So hold on. I don't think that's a bitwise Zor in Golang. Oh, it is. Well, shit. I thought we were onto something with that one. We start off with offset basis. So seeded total. Modulode. Yeah, I wonder if it's something to do about how we're converting a bunch of these. right, so let's break this up in a similar way. All right, so we're gonna log out total there. So total, truncated, moduloed. Yeah, all that seems pretty straightforward. So then if we go back to the Go code, so length is 36. Ooh, hold on. Oh, we see 17 lines collapsed. Actually didn't want it to collapse any of that. So yeah, we see that 36 is the length. We see a total there that is much larger than we expected, right? One dot 1.63. Nope, 1.60. When we look at the truncated value, yeah, something's just way off with how we're arriving at these numbers. I'm not logging the seeded value over here, am I? And really, seeded and truncated are going to be basically the same thing. So it's really just what we're doing to get to this total value. And this just doesn't look right. So total, right? 741721. 741721. So it's just how we're multiplying by the seed value at this point. What? Our total is correct. So everything we're doing here is correct. And it's just once we get into multiplying by the seed that we start to fail. What? Ooh, what am I eating? I don't know yet. I haven't actually made a decision. I didn't thaw any chicken. I have a new wok that is actually like at the P.O. box right now. So I'm not going to be doing any cooking. Like with a wok at the moment. I didn't thaw a steak. Maybe just a can of chili. I ate shrimp yesterday, so I want to avoid seafood too many days in a row. I do have some salami I could get rid of. So salami and crackers could be good. I think chili's a pretty solid one, though. It's a nice small meal. So yeah, it's really just the way that we're multiplying this value right here. The seeded total. That number doesn't look anywhere close to correct. This number should be smaller. Whereas this seems larger, doesn't it? I can never remember how to read this syntax though. What is the name of this format, right? The E plus 18 BS? Scientific notation. Thank you. No, that's not what I want. 18 places to the right? That does sound about right. As far as a real number is concerned, that's not even close to right. Oh, and if it was negative, yeah, there you go. That's it. Thank you, M. Huggins. That's where my brain was breaking. So, yeah. What the fuck, man? $18 places to the right? That is way bigger than this number right here. Seed is a float 64. Yep. At least according to the signature of our function. And we're logging out what seed is, right? So seed is 0.22. This times 0.22. Is actually correct. Okay, never mind. No, that actually looked right. One 160,685. Nope, that isn't it. Okay, so hold on. Total is not correct. Yeah, no, so this is a totally different value. Where was I getting that number in the JavaScript? I guess I wasn't? I could have sworn we scrolled up and we saw that number. Nope. Nope, not at all. Okay, I mistook that. So, what we're gonna do for the Go code is comment out this other stuff because it's getting truncated. Or no, the JavaScript is the one getting truncated on this. Or it was. We see it up there. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so I gotta use the restroom real quick. So this part worked. I guess, how many digits is that? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Okay. So that actually looks about right. Yeah. All right. So my brain just broke on that part. Hold on. I think we want these to be floats. No, but bitwise XOR only works on integers, right? Yeah, anyone see anything that we're doing obviously wrong here? I'm gonna go use the restroom and I'll be right back. I'll leave it up. And in fact, hold on. Let me do this. I want to see these side by side. Right, we can do more work to make sure that they are closer lined up next to each other. I think the big problem is that the JavaScript ends up being floats no matter what we do. So we're not operating on integers there. And that might make part of this make sense. So let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I am gonna turn the AC down a bit, or technically up a bit, because it is chilly in this room in the best way, but it's a little cold. All right, so anyone have any thoughts on what the big difference is here? Yeah, so bitwise operator not defined for any of that. It really is our total value. None of that is necessary whatsoever. I'm gonna open up a new tab for this. We're gonna drag it over. Yeah, and realistically, the only value I care about, because we know that length is fine. Yeah, total is the only real value we care about there. It's possible, but we're using 32-bit numbers. But it is totally possible. If we were getting stuff like that happening, I feel like we wouldn't see 546 here, though. But that's not necessarily true. But you're right, that might be part of it. Forgot to save that one. right, so let's find... We see seed right there. We see inner total -357. Nope. They're just totally different values. Now, granted, I'm not logging out the seed value in the JavaScript like I should. The seeds are the same. We'll double check that for sure. All right, so we see seed 0.22, and we see seed 0.22. And the first step, we get 363426. Here we get a negative value instead in the JavaScript. All right, if we do byte and char, do we get the same thing? Right, what if we're just getting different char values? That'd be so weird, but not the craziest thing I've seen. I do need to make sure I save. Right, we see here in the JS, byte is 98. Here in the Go, char is 98. Right, next is 55. So the characters are the same, which is making sense. But the JavaScript bitwise XOR doesn't seem to give us the same result. So the inner total is the issue there. I actually remembered to save them both, which is nice. Two one six six. Totally different results. No, so we're logging the char value though, right? So here in the JS, that value is 55. It's already an integer. In the Go, it's also 55. 55. Oh, wait, hold up. Wait. No, there it is, 98. 98's the first one we see. 98's the first one we see. So we're getting both of those as what we would expect. 55. I just song bombed someone. But once we do a XOR of that value, we're no longer getting what we thought. And in JavaScript, right, there's no such thing as a byte, so it's already a number. I mean, just in case. No, and I get it. Yeah. Good question. Totally. Yeah. I need your help, so I appreciate it. Yeah, so it is still the 98 that we care about. It's just the way we're doing the XOR. There is no fix. Let's look at how Growthbook is doing it. So they're using FNV under the hood anyway. What the hell is Vin? Oh, Vin's the interface. Okay. I'm not certain these actually give the same value. It's something worth checking there, Seb, but I don't think it's actually the fix. The bitwise operator in JavaScript is doing some conversion. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fiddle with it, right? All right, we run that. It gives us that number. If we go to go, and sorry, REPL.it. 285130. 285130. Okay. So their bitwise part there is working. Now what if I replace it with the string that we're actually trying to hash? One 139,677. 139,677. Okay, so their stuff is actually accurate. It is consistent. Despite the fact they're using the bitwise OR in the same way we are. In their Go code. So I don't think that's actually the problem though, right? Like uint32, whether we made that a 64-bit or not, I don't think that actually changes the problem, right? Because the numbers are basically still the same numbers. So let me do one thing over here. In the JavaScript implementation, let's do this. This one we're going to say is GB. And then the next one is hours, and we don't need to do this part. We don't take in a seed. Oh. Now, if this ends up being the same, then, yeah, I'm doing something else majorly wrong. Oh. Oh. Okay, so no, something I'm doing here is way off. So the big part that's different for them is this part versus how I'm multiplying by the FN32 prime. So that's maybe what this part is doing. This is more accurate compared to what the Go code does. Yeah, right? This versus this. So we are more accurate to what FNV1A is asking us to do. But this is what they're doing that makes theirs consistent with the Go code. And then I just want to check one more thing with our Go implementation. Okay. So yes, that maybe is part of it. I'm thinking the Go is actually giving us... Yeah, I think you were onto something. With what we're doing and the way we're multiplying here, we're actually breaking something. And that is probably maxing out the 64-bit integer that JavaScript has. Or it's possibly this is part of it too. Then when we look at the Go, right, this is actually fitting within the number range that we'd expect. Okay. So that explains why their JavaScript looks the way it does. Right? Why this line is different from the actual spec. Now, does anyone here understand what the hell this bit is doing? Let's go look at the Go implementation of FNV1A. The all source files. Boom. Right, so we get the offset. Yeah, so then 32A does exactly what we're doing. this is where we see what Growthbook is doing. Growthbook is basically just taking everything that the Go code did, and they ported it over to JavaScript rather than starting in JavaScript and porting it backwards. So if we look at 32A, we see 24, 16, 8, and then V. If we look at the JavaScript, 24, we don't see the 16. Hey. So no, it's still not as obvious as we'd think. So keep in mind, the float 64 versus integer is a red herring. That part doesn't matter, right? Because we're still working just with numbers. The float version versus the integer version, they're the same thing, right? They're just represented slightly differently. The float of an int is basically equivalent to that int, as far as we think of the numbers, right? So I don't think that's actually mattering. I think it's a red herring. Right? For all intents and purposes, a float of the number 42 is equal to the integer of the number of 42, right? They're going to have the same maximum value that's acceptable within the same bit range. So I think you're getting hung up on the int versus float thing when it doesn't actually matter. That could be a big part of it. Yeah. So the signed versus unsigned could be a part. Yeah. I could see that. I think at the end of the day, though, if you look at how their JavaScript code is working, they're not dealing with the sign. You know? Unless that's what this bit is doing. JS does strange things with bitwise and large numbers. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the big thing is that we're only sticking with 32-bit numbers. So basically, it turns out that our FNV1A implementation is not correct. Oh, what is this? Magic 32A? So wait, why do they duplicate all this? I mean, they say why they're doing it right there, but why don't they use this function up here? And yeah, Seb, that's exactly what we saw in this Stack Overflow. Right, because it's doing 32-bit signed integer to bitwise, and then back to floating point. I think what I'm getting at here, though, is this doesn't match up with what they're doing in general. So I'm wondering why we see the numbers that we see right here. Because this doesn't match up with what we see in the Go code either. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at, right? Like, the way they're shifting, like, all that stuff doesn't seem right when compared to this, but it does get the same result, which is just not intuitive. Damn, it's already 7:40. Yeah, I got some editing to do tonight. Damn, I didn't realize we had already gone so late. It really chewed up the time digging into this, didn't it? It seems to me like we definitely want to do the FNV1A stuff. every other language should theoretically support what we're doing here. And what's up, Yusha? How you doing? And what up, Gilder? Sorry, I just saw your comment. I don't know how long ago that was over on Twitter, but what you up to? I don't know why. Your name reminds me of the Princess Bride. Right? Isn't that one of the countries in the Princess Bride? Gilder? Inconceivable. It's possible that using bignum in JS could fix it, but then that would slow things down massively. We could theoretically just use the one from Growthbook, because theirs is MIT licensed. Right, we just have to call out the license for that function. And theirs is evenly distributed enough. Oh, did I lose that function already? I did. Well, not the function, but the page. Interesting. What I find even more interesting is in the Go code. Oh no, it's all positive integers. Yeah. What if we make it signed? Same issue. Yeah. Yeah, I think our next step is we just take what Growthbook is using. I'd be so curious to know how they came up with their bitwise operations, though, right? Like, here. And it's most likely just some, like, bitwise magic that I just don't understand. Right, and the big reason for that is this right here, no matter what, is going to give the negative values that we saw over here, right? And when they're finally finished doing that craziness, they just add that value. Now, maybe this is also a big part of it. What is the triple caret doing there? Unsigned shift right. So wait, 0 in binary is still just all zeros, right? So what the hell is a shift right doing there, even? Okay, so yeah, we got more thinking to do on this. I'm curious what bias they ended up discovering, because if we look at the growth book code, their hash function actually has a version 2 that just hashes it twice and does a modulo by a different number. I'd be curious what the bias they were seeing is, too. And that might be due to the fact that they are doing a string-based seed rather than a numeric seed like we're doing. And hold on, so M. Huggins, when you're saying that, is that actually what's happening here? So this is, right, that one value. Is that what bitwise is doing there? 2 to the power of 1? At the end of the day, what they're doing is accurate, right? It's giving the exact number that they were expecting, right? One 139-677-2471. 139-677-2741. 2471. So yeah, their bitwise magic is doing exactly what was necessary. But yeah, I just don't get bitwise operations that well. It's basically just magic to me. So then, one more thing I want to double check. We see their hashing algorithm, right? We see hash GB hash GB old, and they just did it by 1,000, and they only did it once. It's that number divided by 2 to the power of the right side. Okay. Interesting. All right. Yeah, it's definitely above my head. I want to see what the bias they were talking about here is. But that's a problem for tomorrow, because I need to eat some food. I need to do some editing. I should have finished like 2 hours ago. Oops. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, our goal is to just use what Growthbook has proven is an accurate FNV1A. And I probably want to add a section to that blog post about how my naive implementation isn't actually correct, even though it follows the exact specification of the, of what's written in the Wikipedia for FNV1A. It turns out that JavaScript number shenanigans are getting us. What's even more ridiculous is that we get a really good hash distribution from our broken implementation of FNV1A. So either we can use Growthbook's implementation, or we can implement our own FNV1A that's technically broken in the Go code. That does actually seem kind of like a fun bit of shenanigans to try tomorrow. Can we reproduce the broken version of the JS code in Go? Right? And that would involve converting to a signed 32-bit integer. Doing the bitwise on that. And then converting back to the float 64. Hold on, I want to try that. And we can just do int. That's fine. I think it's worth checking this out first, just real quick. We actually have ours right here. So hold on. We'll just do JS-like as the name for it. And in the JS-like, so it's not quite it. We get 1006, and in the JS, we get 1606. They're the same length, they're just slightly off. So I think that could be something, right? What do we think we got to do to get these numbers actually the exact same? Because I think we're on the right track here. I'm not saying it's the right way to go. But it is interesting, isn't it? Now, hold on. We probably want that. Oop. And that, which means this is now no good. So we see total here is, let's do uint. Oh, and yeah, let's just do that. God, I keep doing that. Unit instead of int. So it is the sign. M. Huggins, you were totally right. All I needed to do is wrap the total? I didn't even change anything with this. No, hold on. Wait, by going uint, we're getting the... No, it's not the same thing. Sorry. Because for the JavaScript, we actually want this. So by converting it to uint, we're actually just making it work the way it's supposed to. But not the way the JavaScript ends up working. So that was a mistake. Yeah. So that's not quite it. Yeah, that wasn't the fix. Right, we get them all to be the same, which I found interesting. But that's definitely not the actual fix. What we want to do... Yeah, all right. Oh, so can't turn an int into an int32. Oh, and then this part. That one we had as int. That would probably fix it too. Yep. All right, we're still getting the 1006 instead of the 160 though. So there's something we're doing in here that's not giving us what we actually expect from the JS portion of things. And it's because we're working with integers instead of floats. Maybe. And by implementing all that, like, number shenanigans, is it actually accurate? Like, we'd want to maybe, like, benchmark things, too. Like, how much slower would it be in Go code? And, like, other languages that actually treat the numbers right? But we did discover that we don't necessarily need to do... Right, like, if we see what they were doing in here, like the bitwise fashion of all that stuff, we don't have to do that because we were able to get all of this totally fine by just doing unsigned ints instead. So yeah, we got more fiddling to do tomorrow. But I need food in my belly. I'm already kind of fading, so who knows how much editing I'll actually get done, but I can start, like, you know, at least, like, cropping my clips, getting them all lined up in the timeline, things like that. And hey, what's up, Hyper? How you doing? So yeah, we're gonna finish up here on the YouTube and the Twitter. Thank you all for hanging out, like, really awesome. Yeah, Gilder, sorry if I didn't respond to your message quick enough. I was definitely in it. So I definitely missed you. Sorry about that on Twitter. But yeah, I think this is some good experimentation. Because if I can at least avoid the bitwise stuff, it's stuff that I can actually read. Like, you know, like the bare minimum of the bitwise we have to do. But that other stuff that's happening inside of the Go code, if we can avoid any of this, that's just better in my opinion for readability. And I want to see if we can get, you know, maybe with some other stuff, can we do the JavaScript better in some way? I don't think so, but I don't know. I'm gonna guess not, right? But yeah, I think we have a good, like, path forward for at least things to try tomorrow. Because this seems kind of fun, doesn't it? It's worth a shot. So yep, YouTube, I'm gonna bid you farewell. Twitter, I'm also gonna bid you farewell. I will see y'all tomorrow on this same channel. So goodbye, YouTube. Cheers. Thank you all for hanging out.